What's up, chat? We go. Hello. The reason I'm late today is because I wanted to take a shower before I streamed. And then I was too busy last night to shower, because I got shower in the morning. And I didn't want to hop on stream with, like, stinky girl syndrome. Oh. Oh. Here we are! Hello, everybody. I know I missed you all last night. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna eat food real quick, and then we'll play video game after, probably. I either video game or work on script, because I really need to work on script. We'll see. But right now we gon' watch the Funkland. You know where the east. And taste. But yes, let's go. Let's do some deep land. And then, okay, there it is. Then let me pause the music. Make sure window capture's on. Cool. Turn that off. Alright, time to play music. Is that really loud for y'all?
Small mock-ups of
Oh,
consumer spaces, such as banks or grocery stores. By
Okay, hold on. Let me... No. This is what I need. The captions to be way seems way too quiet. No,
2004, when Wanna Do
I'm still way too quiet for y'all. What if we do 10?
City
Possibly.
opened, the number of children's museums had grown to 220, with an additional
better?
80 planned or under
I think
construction.
that's better.
Children's Science
Okay.
Museum 200 various jobs and local history. But eventually, economic exhibits allowed children to role-play various jobs in small mock-ups of consumer spaces, such as banks or grocery stores. By 2004, when Wanna Do City opened, the number of children's museums had grown to 220, with an additional 80 planned or under construction. Children's science museums were not the only source of educational role-playing for kids. In 1930, an Ohio-based children's writer named Mildred Roberts wrote a book called Safety Town Stories, intended to help children navigate the new and dangerous world of automobiles. A Mansfield, Ohio police officer named Fred C. Bowles was inspired to take the lessons found in Roberts' book and put them into practice. Bowles created a program in which children could role-play various traffic scenarios to learn the best practices for both drivers and pedestrians. Using pedal cars and bikes, children steered around mock roadways and simple building sets that composed Bowles' safety town. The initial program was transient and moved from school to school in the nearby area, but its effectiveness and popularity in Ohio resulted in the concept being adapted in other states, many with permanent and elaborate safety towns that school groups would travel to visit.
We didn't have this, unfortunately.
According to the
didn't.
National
That's
Safety
fine.
Town Center, by 2019, 3,500 safety towns existed in 23 different countries around the world.
We learned about looking left and right before we cross the street so you don't die.
While children's science museums and safety towns were primarily designed for younger elementary school children, similar concepts with more complexity were created for a slightly older crowd. In January of 1981, a new educational center opened in Kansas City, under the name Exchange City. Exchange City was an ambitious new teaching tool that allowed children to spend a day role-playing in a miniature city in order to learn the basic principles of commerce. The children's visit was preceded by a 4-week curriculum designed to teach the basic principles of economics and prepare kids for their visit to Exchange City. The scale of the town was much smaller than the indoor Kid City theme parks that would be built decades later. Exchange City encompassed a mere 8,500 square feet and was built with a $100,000 grant from Hallmark Cards. Local businesses would donate a combined $140,000 annually to cover operational costs. For maximum irony, the city designed to prepare children for economic success was built inside of an abandoned warehouse in downtown Kansas City. Exchange City was specifically designed for 5th graders. Founder and executive director Janice Creamer said that the experience was designed for this age group because, quote, "This is the time when many youngsters get their first jobs babysitting, shoveling snow, or mowing lawns." In Exchange City and with its accompanying curriculum, children would learn simple economic concepts such as supply and demand, as well as run mock elections to determine Exchange City's government officials, including mayor. Depending on the school, the election campaigns leading up to the Exchange City visit could be extensive, with children creating campaign posters and placing them throughout the hallways of their elementary school. This also served to excite the younger children, building their anticipation for the 5th grade and their trip to Exchange City. However, this was not true for every child, as despite seeing these posters for my entire elementary school experience, the year I was in 5th grade, my school did not go to Exchange City for some reason, despite going every year prior, which means that I was not able to run for mayor, despite the fact that I had been preparing my campaign and policy since the age of 5 years old.
That's really funny. That's really funny. Shout out to Kevin Bridging, that's Wi-Fi.
Exchange City's daily operation was fully continuous. While there were around 90 jobs that children could perform, students would only hold a single job for the entire day, and all activities affected one another. Professions included bank president, postmaster, waitress, journalist, arcade owner, factory worker, and radio DJ. But Exchange City's gameplay focused primarily on the role of business owner. When these tiny entrepreneurs arrived to the city, rather than being handed a set amount of money in Exchange City's unique currency, business owners would need to take out a loan to receive their starting funds. They were then sent to a miniature warehouse, which was stocked full of materials with which they could start their business. Materials included games, posters, jewelry, lemonade, and popcorn. Business owners had to pay their loan back with interest by the end of the day, and they also had to pay taxes on their income. If they wanted to advertise their business, they had to purchase commercial airtime from Exchange City's radio. Citizens spent their time off work using their funds to purchase products from business owners, and they could also pay for song dedications on the local radio.
And how much money do you make? $4.50. And how much have you spent of it? $5.50.
In some versions of the gameplay, business owners were given the option to purchase insurance, and throughout the day, fake emergencies would strike Exchange City's businesses. Owners that had purchased the insurance would need to file a claim, while those that declined coverage were absolutely screwed. At the end of the day,
That's
the
funny.
citizens debriefed with the educators on their experience and the economic lessons that they learned. When school was out during the summer, Exchange City ran a one-week camp for students to extend their role-playing over several days. In the mid-1980s, Florida Superintendent Howard Hinesley visited Kansas City and observed Exchange City, recognizing the value in the concept and hoping to build a similar program for his own school district. After convincing local entrepreneur Gus Stravos to invest in the project, Enterprise Village was constructed for the children of the Tampa Bay area, opening in 1990. That same year, another educational center resembling Exchange City opened in Denver, named Young Ameritown. In 1998, Enterprise Village was expanded to include Finance Park, a similar but slightly more mature version of the concept for middle schoolers. This simulator was more complex and focused more on family budgeting than career role-playing. Children would be given a set of circumstances with which they would have to develop a budget, including deciding which house to purchase and what kind of car to buy. Throughout the day, children would be given a life circumstance card, referred to as a bad luck card, that would impact their financial outlook and force them to re-budget. Bad luck events in Finance Park and equivalent family budgeting curriculums included sudden unemployment, a car breaking down, a water heater leaking, the sudden death of a relative, the sudden hospitalization of a relative, a bridge collapsing causing the sudden death of several relatives, an unexpected child, imprisonment due to public intoxication, and a terrorist attack. The year after
What?
Finance Park opened, Junior Achievement, a nonprofit specializing in children's financial education, approached both Exchange City and Enterprise Village about the prospect of expanding their operations into a franchise of locations. Throughout the early 2000s, Junior Achievement would construct and operate 20 additional Exchange Cities throughout the United States, and they would also expand the Finance Park curriculum to middle schoolers across the country. During this period, additional educational role-playing centers and children's museums were being constructed, and by the time Wanadu City opened in 2004, Kids Cities were already a cornerstone of American childhood. However, since the space was not dominated by a singular national chain, most children in the United States were unaware of how common the formative Kids City visit was to their generation. The presence of children's museums, safety towns, and educational Kids Cities seemed to bolster Wanadu City's defense against the lawsuits brought about by Lopez and Kona and Company. Despite the heavily publicized conflict, it is unclear exactly when and how a resolution was reached. Reports indicate that sometime shortly after Wanadu City's opening in August of 2004, the two parties reached a settlement in which Laris Gotti and Grupo Mexico agreed to pay an undisclosed amount of money.
One second. On this off.
To Lopez and Kona and Company to drop the suits. The only other reported condition
Hi, Wise Wolf. I'm eating real quick and then we're gonna play still a video game.
was that Lariscote could not open any Wanadu City locations in Mexico. Just a few weeks after opening, Wanadu City announced their plans to open their first international location in Japan. They also reiterated their intention to build a second U.S. location with the Mills Corporation within their new Xanadu Meadowlands complex in New Jersey. This ambitious $2 billion mall project would include a 30-story Ferris wheel, an indoor ski slope, and a thrilling roller coaster. The Xanadu Meadowlands broke ground just 6 weeks after Wanadu City opened. Lariscote and Grupo Mexico hoped for 10 Wanadu locations, and their collaboration with the Mills Corporation was key to this expansion. Renee Aziz, CEO of Wanadu Entertainment, said, quote, "We expect to grow with the Mills Corp." 2 additional Wanadu cities were planned, one for the existing Gurney Mills Shopping Center in Gurney, Illinois, and another for Mills Block 37 project, which was under development in downtown Chicago. Lopez Ancona was skeptical of Wanadu City's future. According to Forbes magazine, Lopez Ancona expressed his belief that Wanadu City was too big, pointing out that the park was nearly 3 times the size of the original City of Children, despite being located in an area with a much smaller population. He also made it clear that he was still in the process of expanding La Ciudad de los Niños to the United States, but he seemed to be far behind Lariscote and Grupo Mexico. Complicating expansion further, Mundo de Adaveras, the outdoor children's city that was dubbed a knockoff of La Ciudad de los Niños, opened in early 2005. This $25 million park offered similar attractions, but on a scale that only an outdoor space could allow, with operable excavators, drivable streets, and a sheep dressed like an astronaut hanging out with a water droplet wearing a cowboy hat. Contrary to initial reports, Lopez Ancona and company did not sue Mundo de Adaveras over the park's similarities to the City of Children, and the group continued to pursue their Monterrey expansion plans despite the presence of the similar park. The success of both of these expansions would be largely determined by the reaction of those visiting, and as the prevalence of kid cities grew throughout the 2000s, more children, parents, and educators were able to judge the value of spending a day in a miniature metropolis. The reviews from the citizens of La Ciudad de los Niños and Wanadu City were overwhelmingly positive. 6-year-old Yvette Sierra, while employed as a grocery store clerk at the City of Children's grocery store, exclaimed, quote, "I love working here. It's fun." This response was expected for a venue primarily designed for entertainment. However, the reviews of the junior capitalists of Exchange City, yes, that's what they called them, were more mixed. At their core, the City of Children and Wanadu City were indoor theme parks with educational components, while Exchange City, Enterprise Village, and the other financial role-playing centers were more geared toward education and preparation for the real world of capital. This greatly affected the children's enjoyment and stress levels during their role-playing.
At our business, we sell business phones.
Some were able to find simple satisfaction in their jobs. 6th grade DJ Brian Burnett said, quote, "I'm just putting out things that sound good." Newspaper editor Blake Jones said, quote, "I liked working in Exchange City because it was very educational. I bought a Slinky from the sports shop." Student Jeff Davenport said, quote, "Being mayor of Exchange City was exciting. Yeah, I bet it was." Some children found their jobs stressful and the pressures of the free market overwhelming. 10-year-old Keith Jacobs struggled with his jewelry business, lamenting, quote, "Business is pretty lousy. We're lowering prices, and I guess we're going to have to do some advertising on the radio. I'm worried about the bank loan." Others proved to be surprisingly good at the gameplay. 10-year-old Todd Flager's t-shirt business was so successful that he was raising the price of t-shirts while kids were in line to buy them. In Enterprise Village, 11-year-old Stephen Mala hosted the Home Shopping Network, where he proved to be a natural-born salesman. Mala hawked his products, raving, quote, "These little cards are great, simply great. You want these. You do. You need these cards. There are only 2 left. Send them to your mom. They can be used for any occasion. And for all you girls out there, we have keychains with pictures of men in them. These men are handsome and they are in our keychains. Men. Or you could put your boyfriend's picture in there. Whatever. Either way, they're only $1.50. When a Florida Today reporter asked Mala what he would be when he grew up, he responded, incorrectly, baseball player. The cutthroat nature of these economy simulators was encouraged by the teachers and program staff. One of Exchange City's program directors, Ellen Pittman, explained, quote, "It's sink or swim. Some of the kids make a profit and can repay the bank loan with which they start the day. Other kids go broke."
You got a busy job.
Yeah.
Are you having fun?
The post office got shut down because no one was in here working.
Are you having fun?
Walnut?
Yeah, business good so far. We sold to one person so far.
He's having fun. A Kansas City Times report on the summer camp version of Exchange City reported that on one of the days of the week-long camp, students were required to eat their bagged lunch inside of Exchange City, but were not allowed to bring drinks. An Exchange City director explained that as a result, quote, thirsty consumers will pay premium prices in the Exchange City snack shop.
And do you like working? No, it's a mess.
Elementary school.
What? Wait,
He was raising the price.
Working? No, it's a mess.
Elementary school.
what? Wait,
He was raising the price.
Working? No, it's a mess.
Elementary.
This and that? We can't believe it. I can't believe they said that. Kind of wacky to make kids pay premium prices if they want to drink something. Okay. That was that, I guess.
School principal Mark Grant said that the most important lesson that his children learned was the drudgery of mundane work, adding, quote, they all want to be managers. 11-year-old Jason of Enterprise Village agreed, saying that someday he hoped to own his own McDonald's because, quote, it seems fun. You can check up on your workers and see if they're doing a good job. Staring down the barrel of monotony and being confronted with a future of mundane labor was an experience that some children had at the fun-oriented Wanadu City. 9-year-old Malcolm, who was employed at a public supermarket, was interviewed while stocking shelves. He explained that he wanted to be a soccer player, but, quote, if it doesn't work out, then I'll probably have to work in a supermarket. He also said, quote, it's nice to have a lot of money. I feel rich. I'm not putting anything in the bank. I want to feel the money in my pocket. At Finance Park,
Nice.
middle schoolers were faced with an even harsher reality as they planned their budget. Reporter Adam Hughes overheard one interaction between a real adult and a child role-playing as an adult. When the real adult scolded the child, quote, Mallory, you have such a boring life on paper. Do something. To which the 8th grader responded, quote, I can't afford to.
Students are
That's
learning
really
to do
funny.
what I pretty much do every day.
Beyond financial education, Kid Cities imparted very
Uh-oh. Michelle, are you okay? Yeah. My Twitch streamed off for a
other
second, but
lessons
we're
in
good.
careers and civil service. Wanadu City's hospital was elaborate and realistic, and the surgery performed in Wanadu's OR was shockingly graphic. Many children reported being grossed out by the task of slicing open the fake human body. And the images of the children doing this are as repulsing as they are adorable. These children are operating on a dummy, but if you are sensitive to imagery of bloody lacerations, I would recommend skipping to this time code STAT. Okay, here we go. Reporter Peter Hosley observed birthday girl Bianca and her friends attempting to remove a kidney stone that was ailing a fake patient. To do this, they needed to make a small incision in the skin near the kidney. The girls scrubbed up and prepared to perform the surgery, but soon after slicing into the skin, one of Bianca's party guests became sickened by the sight and had to leave the tiny OR. Bianca simply shook her head in annoyed disappointment, quietly concluding, quote, she'll never become a doctor, before continuing on with the surgery.
That's true.
I didn't think that the actual detail of what I see on a daily basis could be found in an environment like this.
The Wanadu City EMTs had to respond to fake emergencies, with one of the children playing the part of an injured kidison in need of help. The EMTs would find the child, move them onto a gurney, and then push them into a tiny ambulance. There were also plenty of options for children wanting to participate in the justice system. The Kid Cities did an excellent job of taking the playground game of cops and robbers and augmenting it into a complex experience that occurred throughout the city's streets. There was
That's cool.
some effort made to reduce the typical stakes that come with real-world law and order. For instance, the courts in Wanadu City would typically take on imaginary cases based on fairy tales, such as should Goldilocks go to jail? However, depending on the staff, Wanadu City and La Ciudad de los Niños would sometimes have the courts prosecute child criminals who had been arrested by the child police. One report read, quote, this place is not free of troublemakers and disputes, which is why there is a children's prison, and it holds little ones who try to abuse or fight with each other. The most common crimes in Kid Cities were running, spitting, littering, and cursing, but other cited infractions were more intense. Due to the high-pressure nature of Exchange City's business operations, children found it rewarding to write bad checks, which would inevitably
That's really
bounce
funny.
when a child bank teller discovered the scheme. Program director Ellen Pittman recounted, quote, "We had 2 kids go in and rob the bank last week. That really stirred things up." Some children were more extreme in their law enforcement role-playing. At both the City of Children and Wanadu City, children could make up any excuse to imprison another child, as the bars of the cells were made of rubber and were fun to escape from. Some of the false narratives created to justify their arrests were alarming to say the least. 10-year-old cop Jorge tackled 11-year-old Luna, taking a shot at his jaw before placing him under arrest for possession, explaining to a nearby AP reporter, quote, "I found on him. Plus, he resisted arrest." Some detainees were less innocent. During one exciting day in Wanadu City, kid criminals reportedly broke into the maternity ward and began kidnapping babies. Some children working in Exchange City's law enforcement found the power of their position intoxicating, believing that their assigned profession should come with a limitless, unwavering respect and admiration from their fellow citizens. This belief was systematically supported throughout the justice system. One student judge snapped at a citizen that was talking back to a police officer, threatening them with additional fines, saying, quote, "If you want to argue, you can have another one." If the accused did make it into mock court, they often got off scot-free thanks to a brilliant defense counsel. At Wanadu City, a journal was kept in which all of the child lawyers wrote about their experiences and passed advice to future attorneys. A Wanadu City visitor recalled reading a takeaway from one of the former lawyers, who claimed to have cracked the code to the courtroom, writing in the journal, quote, "This job is so easy, all you say is, can you prove it?"
It's so true. He cracked the code. Your Honor, you weren't even there, Bray. Your Honor, how can you sentence me, bro? You wasn't even there. Come on, man.
Wanadu City seemed to be off to a fantastic start. The lawsuits were gone, the reviews were positive, and the attendance was great. Unfortunately, this streak of success was short-lived. Just over a year after opening, in October of 2005, Hurricane Wilma made landfall in Florida, causing major disruption throughout the Miami metropolitan area. The southern Florida tourism market was severely impacted by the storm, and Sawgrass Mills saw a decrease in visitors over multiple weeks. On top of this, the disruption forced many local schools to cancel their field trips to Wanadu City. Representatives for Wanadu Entertainment claimed that the storm resulted in a huge financial hit and the loss of nearly 6 weeks' worth of revenue. Coincidentally, around this same time, the Securities and Exchange Commission began investigating the Mills Corporation for accounting errors. The probe uncovered that the company's annual profit was $200 million less than initially reported. In 2006, the Xanadu Mall development was sold to Colony Capital, and just a few months after this, Mills was on the verge of bankruptcy. The Simon Property Group and Farallon Capital Management would purchase the corporation for $1.64 billion. The Mills Corporation was dead, and with it, Wanadu City's primary partner in expansion. Wanadu Entertainment was not giving up on opening additional cities, but the lack of assistance from the Mills Corporation was just the beginning of the setbacks. Just over a year after opening, it was uncovered that Wanadu City was not meeting its attendance projections. Laris Gotti and Grupo Mexico had hoped for between 800,000 to 1 million guests per year, with a resulting $30 million in expected revenue. While throughout 2005, claims were made that Wanadu had achieved or even surpassed these targets, in 2006, reports revealed that these goals were far from met. As a result, Wanadu City fell behind on tax payments, and after being threatened with an account freeze from the Department of Revenue, Wanadu Entertainment paid the $200,000 in missing taxes. Additionally, 3 vendors would bring a lawsuit against Wanadu City, claiming they were not paid for their services. In spite of this, Wanadu Entertainment was adamant that expansion was imminent, but this opinion was not shared throughout the entire organization. Rodrigo Gonzalez, vice chairman of Grupo Mexico's parent company, CIE, clarified that expansion plans would not move forward until the company was, quote, completely comfortable with the level of performance of the unit that we have opened. Gonzalez also expressed the belief that the existing Wanadu City was too big, claiming that it was, quote, larger than the attendance it currently supports. In an attempt to right the course, Wanadu City brought in a consulting firm to suggest operational changes. The most common feedback that they received was from parents, who felt that it was odd that they had to pay admission to the park since they could not participate in any of the activities.
Yeah, that's weird.
A parent visiting Wanadu City told the South Florida Sun Sentinel, quote, "It's truly ridiculous to pay for a parent just to sit here, and you cannot leave your kid to go shopping. They're not a babysitter." Adding, "It's not Disney World. You're here for 3 or 4 hours, not all day. There are limited activities. there are no shows. At Disney, they're putting a lot of money into entertainment for the adults too. Parents also felt that the ticket prices for children were too high. As a result of the feedback, Wanadu City stopped charging admission for parents and discounted admission for children, with prices dropping to as low as $20. While this change would address the common criticism, charging less would result in a loss of revenue. To offset this, Wanadu's Wanna-Finder security bracelet system became a premium $2 add-on. For a $6 upcharge, parents could receive a short massage in a spa while their children worked in the city. To save on costs, Wanadu City closed on Mondays and Tuesdays during the school year. While Wanadu City was addressing its issues, Lopez and Kona and Company were moving forward with their expansion. In 2006, the second City of Children finally opened in Monterrey, Mexico under the new brand Kidzania. The name would allow for a recognizable brand that could expand far beyond Mexico, and a new backstory was created to explain the formation of Kid Cities. The story reads that children felt that, quote, governments operated inefficiently, societies were becoming inequitable, valuable resources were routinely squandered, and values were seemingly more and more negotiable.
Too much already. Something had to be done, and kids would be the ones to do it.
As a result, the children created Kidzania, which the story claimed
Hey, real. That's too real for my kids. For my kids' story, bro. For my kids' amusement park, that's too real, bro. You can't do that to me. I was gonna say something else. About this. Well, they lost money by low admission, right?
revenue. To offset this,
Read it out. This right here, this is stupid. Making the bracelet system a $2 add-on, that's stupid. That's make people mad.
Wanadu's Wanna-Finder security
However,
bracelet system became a premium $2 add-on. For a $6
However, this is smart. This is really cool. This is really cool and really smart. Now, what other ways could they have fixed it? What other ways could they have fixed it? What do we think? What do we think, huh? What are our guesses? I'll tell you. Have the sponsorships they have charged more. Get more money from your sponsors. Your sponsors have to pay you every year. And be like, you want to come back next year, you gotta pay us more. That's how you do it. You don't gotta do this whole, we're gonna make everything an upcharge and money and stuff like that. You don't gotta do all that. You know something worse stuff for adults to do too? Like the spas or the spa's really good. Really good idea. You can make it so there's like a theater in there so parents can go watch like a movie or something. Stuff like that. There's a lot they could do. But like the $2 upcharge to the bracelet, that's
or
stupid. Don't do that.
upcharge, parents could receive a short massage in a spa while their children worked in the city. To save on costs, Wanadu City closed on Mondays and Tuesdays during the school year.
This is also smart. Kids aren't out on Mondays and Tuesdays, so there's no need for this place to be open on those days. That's also a smart idea.
While Wanadu City was addressing its issues, Lopez and Kona and Company were moving forward with their expansion. In 2006, the second City of Children finally opened in Monterrey, Mexico under the new brand Kidzania. The name would allow for a recognizable brand that could expand far beyond Mexico, and a new backstory was created to explain the formation of Kid Cities. The story reads more names roughly translates to result. The children created Kidzania, which the story claims roughly translates to Land of Cool Kids. Just a few months after the second city opened, the first international location, and the first to be franchised, would open in Japan as Kidzania Tokyo. The new Kidzania brand was immediately effective, and the franchise model proved to be a successful expansion strategy, with another location in Indonesia, named Kidzania Jakarta, opening in November of 2007. Plans for additional Kidzania locations were swiftly put into motion, with interest shown in markets all around the world. While Kidzania was on the rise, Wanadu City remained stagnant. Even after operational changes, Wanadu City was struggling, and they were experiencing a consistent obstacle that Kidzania was not.
Oh,
The elementary school explanation of economics is that in order to succeed, a business needs to sell their products for more than they cost to produce. However, in the complex economy of the real world, there are many businesses that are able to profit even with a lack of direct revenue from their customer base. The most common method to do this is through advertising, especially with businesses that require significant startup costs. For example, if the cost of constructing and operating a new baseball stadium was entirely put on the spectators, then the ticket price would likely be higher than most are willing to pay, which would in turn result in less revenue as most fans would decide to not attend. Pricing tickets in a range that fans were comfortable with would result in stronger attendance, but the reduced price might not be enough to cover the stadium's construction costs in a reasonable time frame. So to make up for this gap in revenue, the organization turns to other companies, signing multi-million-dollar contracts for advertising on physical and digital signs throughout the stadium, on the players' jerseys, and the most expensive, the naming rights to the stadium itself. Offsetting costs with advertising is a common practice in many businesses, especially those in which the product requires attendance and/or attention. When these savings are passed along to the consumer, some services such as newspapers, cable television, and streaming services are sold at a significant discount thanks to the advertising contained within. Some services are even free thanks to advertising, such as radio, broadcast television, and YouTube videos. Advertising has long been a way to offset the high cost of constructing a theme park. Disney relied heavily
I'm there those weirdos who pays for YouTube Premium on my main chill YouTube account. And I do that for a couple reasons. I know I'm a weirdo for doing that. I know a lot of people think it's dumb that I do that, but I do it because I think having to watch YouTube videos with ads isn't stuff for me. That's the first and foremost, right? Watching YouTube videos with ads is genuinely insufferable. I can't handle it. It drives me nuts. The other thing, I get YouTube music for free. And guess what YouTube music is? It's YouTube. Guess what YouTube has? Every single song on the planet. And they're all in pretty good quality, too. So, I don't know, that's just me. And it's only like $12 a month, too. It's not that expensive. So, for me, it's worth it, because I do it all the time. Thank you for the $6, Azra. Yeah, for me, it's worth it. I think it's worth it for me. I know a lot of people think YouTube Premium's dumb and not worth it. For me, it is. Because I use YouTube Music every single day, and I think it's genuinely probably the best music service. I think it's even better than Spotify and Apple Music, because it has literally every single song on the planet. Because it's just YouTube. And as long as it's on YouTube, it's on YouTube Music. So, and I think the quality is as good or better than Spotify and Apple Music and Amazon Music and stuff like that, too. I mean, I have a premium, too, so it's not really used. The downloaded videos and premium stuff. What do you mean? What do you mean the downloaded videos? They disappear when the channel or videos are removed. Many times YouTube inexplicably deleted him for me, even if I did log in for 30 days at a time. Okay, so I'm gonna break this down for you real quick, Azra. When YouTube downloads a video for you, it's not to put it on your device. That's not how it works. They don't download a video so you can keep it for later. They don't do that. That's not how it works. You're supposed to use downloaded videos for when you're out of service. And when you're not on Wi-Fi and you're out in the world or you're on an airplane. Then you can watch them all the way through. It kind of like pre-buffers all the videos for you. That's what it's for. It's not really meant for like, hey, I'm gonna download this video and put it on my device to watch it even if it gets taken off. That's not how that works. It's so you can download the video ahead of time, and if you're going on an airplane, then you can watch it on the airplane. If you're going at school and there's no service at the school, then you can watch it at school. That's kind of like the main purpose for it. It's the same thing with music, too. That's what downloading music is nowadays. It's not it doesn't download it onto your device. It like pre-buffers it. That's what it's meant to do. Not download at all though. It does use your disk space. Yeah, that's because it's like pre-buffering the video for you. It doesn't like I said, it doesn't download on your device, and it goes like it gives you your disk space back after the download goes away too. It's just so like, and you can mark any video as not, or you can tell it to undownload a video as soon as you're done watching it, and it'll free up that disk space too. Few months for some reason. I don't use it too often because I don't travel much, but I don't really have any issues with service much. But the one time I did use it, I used it on like a plane, and it worked fine for me then. Other than that, I don't really use it much, and I don't know if it still is on my device or not. It may not be. And in my opinion, that's good because I don't want to download videos and then forget they're there. I'm a very forgetful being, if you haven't noticed. And I don't want to download videos and just forget that they're there, right? Because then they just take up unnecessary space. But yeah, I can't stand having ads on my YouTube videos. I grew up with that my entire life, and it drove me nuts. And so to finally get YouTube Premium, oh my god, it was a godsend because I don't have to worry about ads anymore. So use them quiet, and I usually listen to ASMR, like calm myself down. I get that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they delete them after a while. I'm not sure. But yeah, just having not to deal with ads, for me, that's worth it. For me alone, that's worth it. But on top of that, you also get YouTube Music included in. And YouTube Music, I feel like, is as good or better than like Spotify, Amazon Music, and stuff like that. The only thing about YouTube Music that I don't like is their shuffle feature kind of sucks. And that's the same for kind of all music platforms too. So like, whenever I push shuffle, it doesn't actually shuffle the playlist. It shuffles like 5 songs. And only those 5 songs. And that's kind of annoying. But apparently all other streaming services are kind of like that too. They haven't really figured out shuffle yet for music streaming. I don't know. Man, I'm so happy not to put up with ads anymore. I can't handle getting an ad. I can't handle it, dude. It drives me nuts. Especially with how awful, like, YouTube is getting with ads. They're making, like, unskippable ads. Hi, Uzi. Stupid recommendations. I've gotten some weird recommendations sometimes, too, but I literally just tell it not interested and it goes away. Yes, let's stop dilly-dallying. Back to the video.
Advertising to construct Disneyland in the mid-1950s, and only became more reliant on them in the following decades. Recently, the Disney parks have required less advertising revenue, as they have found that a large portion of their customer base is willing to pay for tickets at a high enough price to offset most costs. This is not normal, and many themed entertainment venues are dependent on income from advertisers to continue operating. The benefit of the advertising revenue to the business is obvious, but what is the benefit to the advertiser? In the case of a baseball stadium, the advertising can increase brand awareness and recognition, while also creating a positive association between their brand and
That's why I'm doing some stepping on TW35. What is that?
the sports team, psychologically implying to potential customers that the brand is part of the team. In the case of Disney parks, sponsored attractions also increase brand awareness and recognition, and since most often the theme of the attraction relates to the brand's business activity, a positive association is formed. For example, AT&T was once the sponsor of Epcot Center's Spaceship Earth, a ride about the history and future of communication. Therefore, the sponsorship psychologically cues riders to think about AT&T when they think about communication and the future. In family entertainment venues, the advertising is primarily directed at the adults of the
That's a joke, by the way. AT&T being the future of communication? No way. AT&T sucks
which
so bad.
psychologically cues riders to think about AT&T when they think about communication and the future. In family entertainment venues, the advertising is primarily directed at the adults of the group, as they are the ones with the money and the power to purchase the product. Children's advertising is a huge industry, but the products are mostly limited to things that children want to consume, such as foods, toys, and entertainment. When United Technologies agreed to sponsor the Living Seas at Epcot Center, one would assume that they saw revenue potential from the adults in the crowd, and they were not performing some long-game psyop on 8-year-olds hoping that the positive association would stick and in 30 to 40 years they would choose the Otis Elevator Company as their building's escalator provider. But what about an entertainment venue that is designed solely for kids, in which the adults are sent to a boring lounge to read a book while their children experience the product and its advertisers alone? What would the motive for the advertisers be in that scenario? As proved during the development of La Ciudad de los Niños, megacorporations have a consistent, almost suspicious enthusiasm for funding Kid City projects. The original sponsors of the City of Children were some of the largest companies in the world. These partnerships were, in part, a result of Lopez Ancona's business contacts from his time in finance. But even with this advantage, major corporations clearly saw something in Kid Cities worth investing in. At the time of its construction, it was reported that Wanadu City had a harder time securing sponsors than the City of Children had, and as a result, the project relied on many regional partnerships relevant to Florida, such as Plantation General Hospital, the Miami Herald, and Publix grocery stores. However, Wanadu City still received money from a few well-known brands, such as State Farm Insurance, Cartoon Network, Spirit Airlines, CNN, and Johnny Rockets. Soon after opening, Coca-Cola was added to the lineup, sponsoring a bottling factory and a drink delivery vehicle. Exchange
That's
City
cool,
and
huh?
Enterprise Village were smaller venues, designed primarily for education and built for a fraction of the cost. And yet, they still had sponsorships from major corporations. Enterprise Village had a
It's a beef.
McDonald's where kids could actually serve food. When Finance Park was being developed years later, brands
Mickey
such as
D's.
AutoNation and Outback Steakhouse were so emphatic about being part of the project that a waiting list was created for the potential sponsors. Children's museums, which were even smaller in scope and
What?
directed at children younger in age, also have partnerships from corporations such as Bank of America and Wells Fargo. There are a few innocuous reasons as for why these Fortune 500 companies would give money to these unproven small-scale regional theme centers. For one, these corporations could simply be investing in these communities and in their children's futures. Another reason for these corporations' involvement was simply realism. When developing Wanadu City, Lariscotti pointed out that, quote, a city without corporate names doesn't look like a real city. Anna Martinez, a mom visiting Wanadu City with her son, agreed, explaining, quote, it's reality, what they're familiar with, what they're comfortable with. These justifications did not stop critics from voicing their opinions on the product placement. Speaking on Wanadu City, Harvard psychologist Susan Lin argued that, quote, it's one more step that corporations are taking to insinuate themselves into the fabric of our lives. University of Florida professor Paul George critiqued Enterprise Village's sponsorship model, saying, quote, I'm not convinced that reading, writing, and retailing are the 3 R's. Further assessing that, quote,
Okay, but it's cool when you go to like a fake city and there's actual like real brands you recognize. It's more realistic. It makes for me a fun experience. Do people really get that upset about this?
it sounds to me like a giant commercial aimed at students who have no choice and who are incredibly impressionable. I feel like I'm constantly having to protect my own children from avaricious retailers as it is. The idea that we're going to install them in the curriculum and make it mandatory is just mind-boggling. Incredibly, the advertisers' stated motivation sided more with the perspective of these critics, as one could argue that some seemed a bit too excited about the collaboration. When State Farm was initially contacted about a partnership, representatives of Wanadu Entertainment proposed that the insurance company could sponsor the city's tiny fire department, as State Farm was well known for selling fire insurance policies. However, upon
Don't have the case and make one because that's how they get paid.
hearing that Wanadu City had a bank, State Farm asked if they could sponsor this venue instead. State Farm sponsorship manager Bobby Wilkinson explained, quote, a lot of people don't know about State Farm's bank. That's what made Wanadu a great marketing opportunity. How awesome to have a 3 or 4-year-old with their first bank account and debit card from State Farm. We can introduce that brand early to kids and bring some awareness to parents that we have a State Farm bank. And if we can introduce this brand early to these kids, then the potential that these could be lifelong customers just increases. There's Scoti agreed, claiming Wanadu employed, quote, quality advertising rather than quantity advertising. It leaves a deep mark in very little time. The half hour the child plays with something will stay with them for their entire life. It's something they'll never forget. Adam Cadamaccio, an executive at the firm hired to recruit Wanadu City sponsors, explained that children would, quote, live the brand at Wanadu City, leaving a lasting impression that companies will translate into parents' dollars for them. Rich Engwall, vice president of the foundation that operated Enterprise Village and Finance Park, clarified, quote, the sponsors believe wholeheartedly in the value of public education. But there's no denying that when the kids walk out of here and open their first bank account, they're thinking first of Bank of America because that's where they had their first checking account.
So what can we learn from this amazing Kidsania concept? That if companies are planting a seed in consumers' minds and in kids' minds as they're very young, it's going to stay with you forever. That emotional engagement is really important to plant in our minds as we're very young.
The average...
Okay, so here's the issue, right? Here's my complaint and my issue. I think the kids sponsorships, who cares? That's not the big issue. The big issue is parents trying not to act like parents. If I was a parent going through this experience with my kid, I would walk around in it with them. I wouldn't go sit up in a lounge somewhere or just hang out. I would spend time with my kid as they do all the activities. I think that's fine. And if I was a parent and my kid goes, hey, I want to open my first bank account with State Farm. And I go, I don't really think State Farm's a really good bank. I think we should do something else. That's what you're supposed to do, right? The parent's supposed to teach your kid. You don't just go, you're good. Do what you want. I don't care. Whatever you want to do. That's not how that works. The parents know more better, really. They should educate their children on the world. That's the parents should be parents. If a kid goes like, hey, I want to open my first bank account with this really cool bank I saw on TV that is really cool and I think is really awesome and it may not be the best kind of bank and the bank actually kind of sucks, but it's really cool. That's the parent's job to step in and go, okay, no, this bank sucks. We're not going to do that bank. You're not going to do that bank. That bank's awful. You got to be a parent, right? That's not the job of the corporations, or the job of the retailers, or the job of anything like that. That's the parent's job. Now, does corporate have too much reach? Yes, that I agree. I agree that corporations have to do with that. I do agree that some corporations have too much reach. But I don't want to touch on that because it gets a little bit too much into ethics. But the main thing is, it's not a corporation's job to parent your kids for you. It's not a government's job to parent your kids for you. It's your job. You're the parent. They're your kids. Parent your kids. You're not supposed to give your kids unlimited tablet access, unlimited internet access. That's not a thing. You don't do that. You monitor your kids and be the parent. Yes. I want to hear and the stupid people going like, we have too much content on the internet that's not suitable for children. Then stop your children from looking at it. Gosh. Sorry, I got heated. I'm sorry. I don't too into that. Sorry. Anyways, let's see my video. I don't too into that. I'm sorry.
Advertising theory was just as effective in practice. One example could be found in La Ciudad de los Niños, which featured a pastry factory sponsored by Mexican snack company Marinella. At the factory, 8-year-old Regina was learning how to create the popular gansito treat when she experienced a lucrative shift in perspective. She explained, quote,
One true story, when I ran my own company 20 years ago and I got a job to clean my neighbor's PC from viruses. I'm waiting for the part 2. If there is a part 2. She was a hairdresser working the whole day. Not a 8-year-old son. So I cleaned a PC. And see postal installed and he'd play it. Oh wow, he was 8 years old, right? You're not supposed to just let your kids run free, do willy-nilly, and then get mad at the other people when they don't take care of your kids. They're not your kid. They're not their kids. They're your kids. Take care of your own kids, like not anybody else's business. It's not just murder simulator. There's like nudity and sexual content in it as well. They do drugs too. Like I said, there's like sexual content, nudity, murder, blood, gore, torture. Wait, it's pretty bad for an 8-year-old. I would think an 8-year-old should be playing it.
It's neat because we get to find out how gancitos are made. I always gave them away to my brothers, but maybe now I'll start to like them. Spirit Airlines hoped for a similar outcome with their Wanna Do City sponsorship. Lynn Corman, Senior Director of Marketing and Communications for Spirit, hoped that the Wanna Do City flight simulator would make, quote, all the kids think good things about Spirit. When they're sitting around home planning the family vacation, we hope everyone will be saying, we're flying Spirit, right?
My face when the 8-year-old goes, Mommy, can we fly the Spirit airplane to Florida? No, that's not what 8-year-olds think about. That's not what 8-year-olds think about at all. This 8-year-old, when they're planning the vacation to go to Florida, and the 8-year-old's gonna go, do we go to Disneyland? I love Disneyland. I never went to ride at Disneyland. They don't care how they get there. They just want to go to Disneyland. They don't care what they do other than Disneyland. They don't care how they get there. They don't care if they drive there, fly there. They don't care. They just want to go to Disneyland. And they're also worried about what they're going to eat for lunch. That's it.
Despite the abject terror that is learning your child has been spirit-pilled without your consent, most parents had a more
Pill's funny.
optimistic view of the kids' cities, believing that it was a good way for their children to learn financial responsibility. Moreover, many saw no difference between Kids City sponsorship model and other children's entertainment spaces, which either featured similar brand partnerships
Exactly.
or were directly operated by megacorporations. After all, not every children's role-playing space can be as wholesome and brandless as a safety town. Wait, is that a McDonald's? When building Wanna Do City, Lars Gotti employed all of the same strategies that he
That's
had
funny.
with the City of Children, but the project was proving to be too ambitious given the amount of support. Unlike La Ciudad de los Niños, which had relied mostly on its sponsors to cover construction costs, Wanna Do Entertainment had taken out a $10 million loan. This needed to be paid off, but operations had already found the maximum most guests were willing to pay for the experience. To close this gap, Wanna Do Entertainment continued to add attractions to entice visitors and recruited more advertisers to cover costs. A veterinary clinic sponsored by animal pharmaceutical manufacturer Muriel was added. Here, children could diagnose and treat fake pets, some of which were animatronics that, quote, look so real that kids ask if they're okay when the dogs go motionless. A new experience for older
Yeah,
children was
that's
added,
cute.
which focused on work in STEM-related fields. This experience, sponsored by Motorola, allowed children to operate a virtual submarine. Nestle would join the project as well, sponsoring an elaborate Wonka factory where children could learn to be Oompa Loompas.
That's dumb. There's a kid sitting out Fantasyland. Get out of here, Willy Wonka.
Nestle, who also sponsored La Ciudad de los Niños, was a perfect fit for the Kids City because they have a long history of relying on children to make their chocolate. The new attractions and sponsorships received positive reviews and significant press. Wanna Do City appeared to be making positive changes, and the future of the
There's Stargo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the battalion. Visit Pompeii, and there's a whole is like the obsidian, one of the ancient excavated rooms. Oh, 50! Oh, yeah, why is it playing? The girl in our group says, "Ah, cute statue of a dog preserved in ashes." The dog lifts its head. You should hear her scream. That's really funny. But
The company seemed bright. In late 2007, it was revealed that real adults working real jobs messed up the real economy so badly that the world entered the Great Recession. The global downturn negatively affected both real cities and miniature fake ones. Schools cut back on field trips, and families reduced their leisure spending. As a result, attendance fell at both Kid City theme parks and educational centers.
If we didn't have enough money, we would need to get stimulus.
Throughout this period,
I don't know, what was it, Hex? What was it called? But it. Oh, wait, I'm gonna go wash out my popcorn bowl and run the bathroom real quick and probably play some video games. It's gonna be just a little bit. been returned. So, I do have a little bit of experience. Hold on. Of my own, with my own kind of kid city thing. Not really, though. Because we didn't go anywhere. This was hosted, like, in our own school. And it was kind of something we did, like, every year. Plus, I want to do a lot of script writing, so we're going to do that for just a little bit. It was kind of something we did, like, every year. In elementary school. We didn't do this when we were adults, but in elementary school, we... Hold on. In elementary school... In elementary school, from, like, 1 to 4th grade, we would go around, and you were given, like, safe currency, and you would buy little artsy crafts from the other students. And then in 5th grade, once you hit 5th grade, you got to be one of the people running the stalls. And then if you had money left over, then you could buy some other people in other classes. And one group made, like, popsicle axes. My group made swords. We made, like, fake swords that were really cool. But yeah, that's kind of what we did. One group made, like, PVC pipe band guns and stuff like that. It was all kind of stuff like that. Yeah, it was really fun. I don't know what it was meant to teach us, why it was included, but I thought it was fun. Anyways, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit for me. If I mute this, does it... Not your nose, okay. We need enough, like, cardboard. I do that. Dang. Consider how I can mute this from me. At least, like, turn it down. Just a little bit. They look like they had very low plastic quality. I made like cardboard swords. The only house gets literally press gold because you could only buy it for $1 behind Iron Curtain. I had several sets bought after 1985. And then I have some Legos now. I met a guy at work the other day who said because we all have like that childhood hobby that we still hang on to, right? For me, it's figures. I was a big action figure gal. I played Barbies and stuff like that. I liked action figures. That was kind of thing, right? I got laughed at because I was a girl who played with action figures. Everyone was like, "Why are you playing with boy toys? Those are boy toys. Why are you playing with those?" The same thing with video games. Everyone was like, "Why do you play video games? You're a girl. We're supposed to play video games." That's all I got laughed at, right? But I always had like fun with like action figures and stuff like that. And so my grown-up like kid hobby is figures. Like I'm a big figure collector. I have so many like figures just on my desk that I like messing with and posing and fidgeting with. I love them. I love them. I love them. I love them. I don't know why I love them, other than it makes me feel like a kid again. But I love them. However, the guy at my work I met said he likes his kind of like kid hobby, his hobby as an adult that he still is kind of like kiddie. His hobby like that was Legos. He's real big into collecting Legos and playing with Legos. Yeah. I was big into action figures. This guy was big into Legos, and he says, he wasn't. He is big into Legos, and I'm big into like figures. He says he collects Legos, and like they're kind of like it's kind of therapeutic for him to build them. And I was like, that's cool. Girls can't play with Vijay are kind of dumb. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of something that's kind of fizzled out over time. But when I was younger, it was a real big thing. Everyone was like, "Why do you play video games? You're a girl. Girls aren't supposed to play video games. Girls are supposed to play with Barbies and makeup and do their hair." And I was like, "But I want to play video games. My brothers play video games. I play video games. Because I play video games." To be fair, I am the only girl in a house of boys. So, all of the interests I have kind of probably stemmed off of that. So, like 90% of the interests I had growing up probably stemmed from my brothers. Months on assemblies and packing all the sets. Once they're together for me, I don't ever take them apart. Like, I have 2 Lego sets, no, 3. 3 Lego sets sitting on my shelf, and they've been assembled since I was like, I don't know, 16, which is over 6 years ago. And they're just sitting there. Tomboys are cute. I thought tomboys were more so like sporty girls. I thought that was what a tomboy was. Like, it's like a girl who plays sports. He's real into sports and like football and like soccer and stuff like that. I thought that's what a tomboy was. You know what I mean? You know, I was like super into like working out and like playing sports and football and soccer and, you know, stuff like that. Is that not what tomboys are? No, Lynn. That's what I always thought it was. Next needs to go over here. Here. Things that. 40, maybe I consider tomboy most. You see, like active girls here. I usually wear short hair. I mean, my hair's long. So it's really like... Okay, so I have a couple criteria that kind of separates me from being a tomboy, right? I have long hair. That's the big one, right? My hair is very, very long, very, very pretty, and very, very soft, right? And because it's very, very pretty and very, very soft, I don't like cutting it. And so it's very long. The only time I get it cut is to get it trimmed. I have gotten a haircut in like over a year. I probably should get it trimmed soon. But I don't ever get my haircut. And I'm not active. Like I don't play sports. I hate sports. I think sports are boring. Sometimes playing them is fun, but like to me there's other things to do that are more fun. So I'm not big into sports. That's not my thing. I have a tomboy soul. Well, see, that's the thing. I'm not into sports though. That's not my thing. I like video games, and I grew up with like boy and male. How do I say this? Boy and male toys. Sorry. I don't know how to say that without it coming out weird. I'm so sorry. But yeah, other than that, I like I'm not, dress like the traditional girl and wear makeup and like look pretty and stuff like that. I don't really dress like a guy either. So, I don't know. I missed something when I was typing. I said, no, I can tell you real quick. When I was growing up, I liked boy and male, and I paused. I said toys. And I was like, I don't know how to say that without it sounding with you know. Unavoidable. Unavoidable mishap. Etoble. I'm doing my hands on my head, you can't see it, but etoble. Yeah, I like dresses, I like skirts, I like makeup. I like getting my nails done, that kind of stuff. I like looking pretty much. What are some other, stereotypical girl things? I don't do that. I don't like going shopping. Going shopping makes me anxious. Anytime I go to the mall, it's with my friends, and it's kind of just to walk around and hang out. I don't buy anything. So I don't shop. I don't like good shopping. Shopping makes me anxious. What are some other things? What are some other, stereotypical girl things? What do we think? I like pastel colors. I used to like sweets and quiet movies. But I don't like cooking. That's another one. I do like cooking. Cooking's fun. Is there baking, though? Is there kind of the stereotypical girly thing? I don't really like sweets too much. But every now and then they're fine. But they kind of mess with my tummy and give me a headache. And there's too much sugar at times, right? I'm more to salty food. I really like it salty food. So I was drinking in office parties. I've never baked anything from scratch, I think. I could be wrong. I think I could be wrong. Or I think I've ever made anything from scratch. But I like cooking. Yeah, cooking's fun. It's not something I would do as my job, but I like it. I like making food that makes me taste good. I'm also a perfectionist. So I'll go the extra mile to make the food taste extra good. Even though it takes longer, right? That's my kind of thing. Yeah, I'm not really a sweets person. If I eat too much sweets, I get a headache. I get like those sugar headaches, and then they make me upset. I like salty stuff. Salty stuff's my thing. I didn't like salty food. Like I like popcorn's a big one. Chips. What's another one? Crackers. What's another one? French fries. Those are salty. Chicken nugget. Those are salty. Spaghetti salty. Chicken. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm like the person that'll go the extra mile to make my food like really good, even though it makes it take longer. Ew, crazy? I like Alfredo. No one makes a better Alfredo than me. Nobody. Besides maybe my mom, but I also give my mom some tips. Now, I need to get my mom's like shrimp recipe. My mom has a really good shrimp recipe that I need to get a hold of. I've been asking her for it. She says, I'll get it to you, and then she just never does. Ew, shrimps. I'm too lazy to make food. Sometimes I'll do it. I'll do it every now and then. My mom bakes them in like butter and garlic and stuff like that, and they're really good. And I don't know the sweet process, and I need her to write it down and give it to me. Yeah, my mom like bakes them in butter or something like that, but they're really, really good. I don't know how she does it. But maybe I'll find them. Would I? You wanna find something here? Oh, I need to download that. So. Okay. I'll let each of these. Why is it sitting as a WebP? Dude, I hate how things automatically format to WebP. It's so stupid. Things automatically formatting to WebP is so freaking dumb. Makes me mad. I don't have the... Am I missing... I'm missing something here. Well, I don't have the... Is it this? Those are just the animation, right? Well, I'm talking to myself. I do that. I yap to myself. That's why we can't get streamer to say yap. Totally not because I'm... Totally not late all the times and always rescheduling. That's all that happens. Totally not. Okay. There. I have to open... Moon Animator. Open. Move this over here. Okay, this is, yeah, that's just the animation. I can close that. I'm saved. This is what I never saved. This needs to go one day here. Monday. That was good. These need to be renamed. The... Uppy. No. Hey. Alright, time 5 instead of 4. Sorry. I'm talking to myself. I'm a yapper. That's what you come here for, though. You're the yapper. Tell you the yapper. Now I need to go here. Clear here. Molder. I say really could just do this into here. Yeah, here. Here. This will be... What's the there? Be new. There. But me should be caught up now. From that part, at least. But I should try to myself a few times in public, or maybe not. You'd see me as much as you're right. Those talking to was good, actually. It's just like, it's kind of how I yap to I like that. Sorry. I yap to myself. That's what I was trying to say. Talking it all until I leave again. I'm just a yapper. I have so many things to say, just no idea how to say them. I'm too loud. I tie this to I'm talking to the wisest one around. What's the means like when everyone else around me ain't real, so I gotta talk to the realest NF I know, and it's a picture on the earth. Oldest is not necessarily the wisest. Oh, I've run into plenty of dumb old people. That's not any offense to you. I've run into old deaf, the dumb people. Right, that one. I blaze it. I've run into plenty of old dumb people. Bang. I keep spelling his name wrong in my script hidden writing. Well, I'm almost done here. Give me 1 second, then we'll play some games. What's up, Utolite? But hello, Indira. Reply, I am focused right now. There's people here. I'm sorry. Hello, illegal strength and real STG. I'm here. I am focused on something real quick. I'm trying to finish up before we move to video games times. I'm almost done. I am almost done. Send me just a second. I just an average chat, but I apologize. Good, I'm almost done. I'm very, very close to being done. I hasn't finished with VT ROM work. We're done, so then I'll sit down with stream. VT ROM work. I'm writing a script. I'm almost done with the section I need to finish today. dum 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 dum. Yes, real quick. But I think I can go ahead and end here. If I don't stop here, I'm gonna be right all night. How many pages am I on the script? 6 pages so far. It's an easy script, though. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom one last time. And then we'll play video games. So give me just one more window and be right back. I shouldn't take very long. So give me just a second. Never turned. Hello. Let me boot up the game real quick. We might just do more script writing tonight because I can't stay up very late tonight after I come back. But we will see. Man, let me boot up the game. If I can quit being dumb and remember how. There we go. I don't know what just happened, but I had like a crazy just brain blast there where I was like, how do I human? How do I be a normal human? How do I work? And then I remembered. That's loud. Why do they have to make the intro to this game so very loud? It hurts my ears. It's so loud. Let me say this. Ooh. Sorry. Yeah. I put this in. Yes, I did. Okay, cool. So now I can close that. Head here. We can go here. Here. Well. What? Give me a sec. Now, let me know if it gets too loud or too quiet. You know the gist. And where do we leave off? We're going to fight... Not fight. We're going to... Helio. First anything, I know that's video. That's funny. Is this where we're meant to be? No. It is not. Ilos. That's where we need to go. Ilos. We have to go to Ilos in this clip. Ilos. Hey, you're the only Ilos. Sorry, that was dumb. Your streamer is dumb. Alright, we're going here. Los. My face when I go to Ilos. Cutscene.
Shepard, may I speak with you?
I was just thinking about you.
I have been thinking about you too, and what we are about to face. I do not know what is going to happen on Ilos. I hope we will stop Saren, of course, but part of me fears we are already too late. There is something I must tell you, in case we fail.
We're not going to fail. I promise.
Please, I am not looking for comfort. Saren might already have the conduit. It is time to be completely honest with each other.
I know.
These
She
could
didn't ask
be
me
our
out.
last moments together. Our last chance to show each other how we feel. I want this to be special.
We don't have to do this. Not unless you're sure.
I have never been more sure of anything in my life. Will you join with me, Shepard? Let our bodies and minds unite.
From one side of the galaxy to another. Long jump. Having him explain to 30. Wait. Am I in a relationship with Liara and didn't know that? Hold on. This is paused. Quit pausing my updates. Hold on. Lag. I don't wanna be in a relationship with her. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm not in a relationship with her. So, cool. They don't want to be in a relationship with her. So, like... So, like, do we romance the lady or not? But I don't really want to. I'm gonna be for real, I don't really want to. But I don't want to be, like, mean to her. But I just want to be like, I'm not really interested, I'm not gonna lie.
I have to focus on stopping Saren. I can't let anything distract me.
I see. You are right, of course. I apologize, Commander. I will leave you alone.
Commander, 5 minutes ETA to the Mu relay.
Find our approach vector. I'm heading to the bridge.
Aye, aye, sir.
I don't really want to... I don't want to really want to... Is this last mission? I think this is last mission. I could be wrong now.
Commander? We've got company.
Have those sensors picked us up yet?
Well, stealth systems are engaged. Unless we get close enough for a visual, they won't have any idea we're here.
Picking up some strange readings from the planet's surface.
Take us down, Joker. Lock in on the coordinates.
Negative on that,
Lock in?
Commander. The nearest landing zone's 2 clicks away.
We'll never make it in time on foot. Get us something closer.
There is nowhere closer. I've looked.
Drop us in the Mako.
You need at least 100 meters of open terrain to pull off a drop like that. The most I can find near Saren is 20.
20 meters? We'll never get in close enough for a drop.
We have to try.
Find another landing zone.
There is no other landing zone.
The descent angle's too steep.
It's our only option.
It's not an option. It's a suicide run. We don't...
I can do it.
Joker,
I can do it.
gear up and head down to the Mako. Joker, drop us right on top of that bastard.
Yeah! But I would be completely lost if making hyper jumps from one side of the galaxy to another, assuming the inability to make one long jump and having to make 20 to 30. Yeah, I like Liara. I don't really want her as my relationship, though. I want this lady. Her you can only do in the second game. So we're gonna do that instead. Hi, Siren.
You two, keep moving inside, now.
What a crazy drop, bro. Joker's the
We have
goat.
to get inside this bunker before Saren finds the conduit. There's no way we're getting past that door with brute force.
Saren found a way to open it. There must be some kind of security override somewhere in this complex.
We'll have to find some way to get it up and running again.
We got it, T. Are these the Protheans? Yeah, stick your head out. Stick your head out. Come on, stick your head out. Or should I look away? Is that the... did I have the wrong grenade equipped? I do have the wrong grenade equipped. We had to save. What's up, Gunblade? What are we shooting at? What are we shooting at? No. Do you watch this? I need grenades. I'm really real low on grenades. This just takes me back up top. Okay. I should probably scrap some items. What was that? High explosive brass? Oh, yeah. Diets! Oh yeah, I said scraps and stuff. Scimitar, goodbye. Katana, goodbye. Armageddon, goodbye. Star, goodbye. Storm, goodbye. Storm, goodbye. Star, we'll keep one of you. We'll keep one of you. Good night, Hurricane. Goodbye, Firestorm. Goodbye, Centaur. Goodbye, Hurricane. Goodbye, Armageddon. Okay. That's it for shotguns. These I have a lot of, so I can get rid of like all of these. Goodbye, Avenger. Goodbye, Tsunami. Goodbye, Tsunami. Goodbye, Thunder. Goodbye, Raptor. Goodbye, Lancer. Goodbye, Kovalov. Goodbye, Kovalov. Goodbye, Kara. Quasher. Goodbye, Breaker. Goodbye, Breaker. Goodbye, Banshee. Goodbye, Avenger. Goodbye, Avenger. Goodbye, Thunder. Goodbye, Thunder. Goodbye, Rapture. Goodbye, Pulse Rifle. Goodbye, Lancer. Goodbye, Lancer. Goodbye, Kovalov. Goodbye, Kovalov. Goodbye, Kovalov. Goodbye, Kovalov. Goodbye, Crossfire. Goodbye, Crossfire. Goodbye, Crossfire. Goodbye, Breaker. Goodbye, Breaker. Goodbye, Banshee. Goodbye, Avenger. Goodbye, Avenger. Goodbye, Avenger. Goodbye, Tsunami. Okay. I think that's good. But now I'm time for the pistols. Goodbye, Edge. I probably should start from the top. Goodbye, Brawler. Goodbye, Edge. Goodbye, Parpog. Goodbye, Karpov. Goodbye, Kessler. Goodbye, Kessler. Goodbye, Breakout. Thank you for the 2 months, Azra. Hello. Okay, I think I'll rest in this wing jeep for now. Since I made a new Twitch account. Yeah, time sure does fly. It's so weird that to me that it's been over a year since I started vtubing. Like, it's very weird to me. It does not feel like a year has gone by. But where the heck am I? Wait, well that's the way to go. It's down that alley. So you wanna go up there. Okay, cool. And we are in... I want to see what this elevator's about. I gotta see what this elevator's all about. I can figure out. Nope, I'm not. I guess I can't. It's turned off. Okay, never mind. Let's keep yelling. We get him? We got him. We got him, boys. I didn't really get at that. I couldn't even see him. What's in here? An eater? We going out? And you're going out. Does this take me to over here? Oh no, it's up here. Oh, I know where we're at. Okay. So can I just... Can I just hop down? No. Interesting. Okay. Right down. Down we go. As Clyde would say, down you go.
This place still has power. Must be running off its own generator.
I bet this is the command center for the entire complex. Saren's troops must have sealed the doors from here after he went inside. We'll have to figure out how to disengage the security lockdown if we ever want to get inside that bunker.
Okay, this is our buddy. I was like, I destroyed our buddy earlier. These are our friends.
Come on.
Is this the way to go?
Seren's already got a head start. We have to go find him before he reaches the conduit.
Unless he's already found it, then we're just walking into a trap.
That's a chance we'll have to take.
Hold on. Something's happening.
Too late. Unable to... Invading fleets. No escape.
Sounds like some kind of message, but I don't recognize the language.
It's probably in Prothean. This recording must be 50,000 years old. No wonder we can't understand it.
The message is all broken up, but I recognize some of the words. It's a warning against the Reaper invasion.
Incredible. The cipher must have transferred an understanding of the Prothean language into your mind.
Not safe. Seek refuge. Inside the archives.
What's it saying? Can you make out anything useful?
Fought Reapers. The Citadel. Overwhelmed. Only hope. Act of desperation. The conduit. All is lost.
It said something about the conduit, but it's too degraded to help. We should go.
Cannot be stopped. Cannot be stopped.
Interesting. There's a way to go down here. Where does this go? Unless that is the way to go, and these are just extra ramps to go up higher. For some reason. Ah, looks like that's what that is. This is just ramps to go up higher for some reason. Okay. Never mind. I open this. And then I'm a goldfish. Okay, so we want to go and move through here. Mission before vtubing or start off right off of vtubing? I started right off vtubing. I kind of always wanted to be a streamer, but I was real scared of like anonymity and stuff like that. VTubing has kind of helped me remain anonymous, but like still do cool stuff. So, you know. I can still stream and remain anonymous, which is the main draw to VTubing in my opinion. I didn't start as a PNG YouTuber. I started with this model. I started over a year ago. Just about a year ago. Wait. Did I miss my anniversary? Am I stupid? Did I miss my streaming anniversary? Am I stupid? I might have. I might be stupid and I might have missed my streaming anniversary. Let me double check. Let me see. My first video came out yesterday. So my debut anniversary was yesterday, and I totally forgot about that. And I took yesterday off because I was too busy. So I missed my streaming anniversary because I was too busy and I didn't realize. And then my first stream happened in May. On May 3rd is when I actually first started streaming. So, like, my debut video came out yesterday. A year ago yesterday. My first stream, though, happened May 3rd. So, that's fun. I mean, it's alright. The monetization push is kind of supposed to be, like, for the anniversary. You know. I don't really know, like, what else I could do for my streaming anniversary. Be for real. Yeah, my debut anniversary was yesterday, and I totally didn't realize, and I totally forgot, and I took yesterday off. I didn't stream yesterday. I didn't take it all, but I didn't stream yesterday because I was too busy. I'm a scuffed streamer. I am very scuffed, and I'm very sorry. I am very, very sorry for being scuffed.
Set some kind of trap or ambush for us. They must have been in too much of a hurry.
Or we just haven't run into it yet.
I can do this. Hold on. Karaoke. Karaoke wouldn't work with voice changer, unfortunately, but I can do. Where's it at? I should hide this so you guys can't see that. Turn off video. I can do. Where's it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Out of there. I'll do that one. Okay. Why? I rotate items again. No, I know. It's nothing crazy, but it's something I probably shouldn't let you guys see too much of, but you know, it's fine, it's whatever. No, yeah. I know how to do this again. Item settings. But no item settings. Select. Can I do just this item? Yes, not. But you're loaded. Select. B. That's this, okay. So this is to be... It's fine, we'll do that. Okay. Yeah, one more thing here. Enough. Good enough. Oh, that's funny. And unlock. I'm now all partied up. Oh. Look at us. Look at us. We have party hats. They need to increase the window size a bit though, so you can see them. Oh, that just makes you bigger. I don't want to be bigger. No, you're ruining my overlay. I just moved myself down. No, like up. Come on, like that. Okay, that's fine. And my head a bit. Down. Read it, go. Boom. But yeah, that's fine. Knock. You like my hats? You like our hats? Yeah, that's really funny. I didn't realize yesterday was my actual, like, debut anniversary, and I'm kind of stupid, because I knew it was coming up, and I totally forgot. It's there.
What are all those things on the wall? Some kind of containers?
They look like stasis pods.
That's mines. Ignore that.
What's happening?
It's a trap. Sarah must have set an ambush.
I don't think Seren's behind this.
Oh. I'm blocked in. My old child. We have our hurry hats on.
If this were simply an automated trap, Seren would have triggered it. What do you think this is?
Whatever it is, we should be careful.
You are not Prothean, but you are not machine either. This eventuality was one of many that was anticipated. This is why we sent out warning through the beacons.
Looks like some kind of VI program. Pretty badly damaged.
I do not sense the taint of indoctrination upon any of you. Unlike the other that passed recently. Perhaps there is still hope.
Wait a minute. How come I can understand you? Why aren't you speaking the Prothean language?
I have been monitoring your communications since you arrived at this facility. I have translated my output into a format you will comprehend. My name is Vigil. You are safe here for the moment, but that is likely to change. Soon, nowhere will be safe.
Are you some kind of artificial intelligence program?
I am an advanced non-organic analysis system, with personality imprints from Kesad Aishan, Chief Overseer of the Ilos Research Facility.
Why did you bring me here?
You must break a cycle that has continued for millions of years. But to stop it, you must understand, or you will make the same mistakes we did. The Citadel is the heart of your civilization and the seat of government, as it was with us, and as it has been with every civilization that came before us. But the Citadel is a trap. The station is actually an enormous mass relay, one that links to dark space, the empty void beyond the galaxy's horizon. When the Citadel relay is activated, the Reapers will pour through, and all you know will be destroyed.
How come nobody ever noticed the Citadel was an inactive mass relay?
The Reapers are careful to keep the greatest secrets of the Citadel hidden. That is why they created a species of seemingly benign organic caretakers. The Keepers maintain the station's most basic functions. They enable any species that discovers the Citadel to use it without fully understanding the technology. Reliance on the Keepers ensures no other species will ever discover the Citadel's true nature, not until the relay is activated and the Reapers invade.
How do the Reapers survive out in dark space?
We have only theories. The researchers here came to believe the Reapers enter prolonged states of inactivity to conserve energy. This allows them to survive the thousands and thousands of years it takes for organic civilization to rebuild itself. But in this state, they are vulnerable. By retreating beyond the edges of the galaxy, they ensure no one will accidentally discover them. They keep their existence hidden until the Citadel relay is activated.
The Reapers can wipe out the Council and the entire Citadel fleet in a single surprise attack.
That was our fate. Our leaders were dead before we even realized we were under attack. The Reapers seized control of the Citadel, and through it, the mass relays. Communication and transportation across our empire were crippled. Each star system was isolated, cut off from the others. Easy prey for the Reaper fleets. Over the next decades, the Reapers systematically obliterated our people. World by world, system by system, they methodically wiped us out.
The war was lost. If you had surrendered, they might have let you live.
No offer of surrender was ever given. Our enemy had a single goal: the extinction of all advanced organic life. Through the Citadel, the Reapers had access to all our records, maps, census data. Information is power, and they knew everything about us. Their fleets advanced across every settled region of the galaxy. Some worlds were utterly destroyed. Others were conquered, their populations enslaved. These indoctrinated servants became sleeper agents under Reaper control. Taken in as refugees by other Protheans, they betrayed them to the machines. Within a few centuries, the Reapers had killed or enslaved every Prothean in the galaxy. They were relentless, brutal, and absolutely thorough.
I don't understand. Where did the Reapers go after they conquered your people?
Our worlds were stripped bare, harvested by the indoctrinated slaves. Everything of value, all resources, all technology was taken. Certain that all advanced organic life had been extinguished, the Reapers retreated back through the Citadel relay into dark space, sealing it behind them. All evidence of the Reaper invasion had been wiped away. Only their indoctrinated slaves were left behind, abandoned. Mindless husks, no longer capable of independent thought, the indoctrinated soon starved or died of exposure. The genocide of the Protheans was complete.
What did the Reapers get out of this? Why do they keep repeating this pattern of genocide over and over?
The Reapers are alien, unknowable. Perhaps they need slaves or resources. More likely they are driven by motives and goals organic beings cannot hope to comprehend. In the end, what does it matter? Your survival depends on stopping them, not in understanding them.
You said you brought me here for a reason. Tell me what I need to do.
The conduit is the key. Before the Reapers attacked, we Protheans were on the cusp of unlocking the mysteries behind mass relay technology. Ilos was a top-secret facility. Here, researchers worked to create a small-scale version of a mass relay, one that linked directly to the Citadel, the hub of the relay network.
Conduit's not a weapon. It's a backdoor onto the Citadel.
How did you manage to stay hidden?
All official records of our project were destroyed in the initial attack on the Citadel. While the Prothean Empire came crashing down, Ilos was spared. We severed all communication with the outside, and our facility went dark. The personnel retreated underground into these archives. To conserve resources, everyone was put into cryogenic stasis. I was programmed to monitor the facility and wake the staff when the danger had passed. But the genocide of an entire species is a long, slow process. Years passed, decades, centuries. The Reapers persisted, and my energy reserves were dwindling.
How did you survive?
I began to disable the life support of non-essential personnel. First support staff, then security. One by one, their pods were shut down to conserve energy. Eventually, only the stasis pods of the top scientists remained active. Even these were in danger of failing when the Reapers finally retreated back through the Citadel relay.
There were hundreds of stasis pods out there. You just shut them down? You killed them?
You were programmed to protect them, not kill them.
This outcome was not completely unforeseen. My actions were a result of contingency programming entered on my creation.
I bet they didn't tell the non-essential staff about this contingency.
I saved key personnel. When the Reapers retreated, the top researchers were still alive. My actions are the only reason any hope remains. When the researchers woke, they realized the Prothean species was doomed. There were only a dozen individuals left, far too few to sustain a viable population. Yet they vowed to find some way to stop the Reapers from returning, a way to break the cycle forever, and they knew the Keepers were the key.
Aren't they under the influence of the Reapers?
The Keepers are controlled by the Citadel. Before each invasion, a signal is sent through the station compelling the Keepers to activate the Citadel relay. After decades of feverish study, the scientists discovered a way to alter this signal. Using the conduit, they gained access to the Citadel and made the modifications. This time, when Sovereign sent the signal to the Citadel, the Keepers ignored it. The Reapers are trapped in dark space.
Saren can use the conduit to bypass all the Citadel's external defenses.
Correct. And once inside, he can transfer control of the station to Sovereign. Sovereign will override the Citadel systems and manually open the relay, and the cycle of extinction will begin again.
Is there any way we can stop them?
There's a data file in my console. Take a copy when you go. When you reach the Citadel's master control unit, upload it to the station. It will corrupt the Citadel's security protocols and give you temporary control of the station. It might give you a chance against Sovereign.
Wait, where's the Citadel's master control unit? I've never heard of anything like that.
Through the conduit, follow Saren. He will lead you to your destination.
If the Reapers are trapped in dark space, how did Sovereign get here?
It is logical to assume the Reapers would leave one of their own behind after each extinction. A sentinel to pave the way for their inevitable return. Like those in dark space, Sovereign probably spent most of the last 50,000 years in a state of hibernation. Periodically, it would wake to analyze the situation. Keeping its existence hidden, it would evaluate the state of galactic civilization. And when the time was right, it would signal the Citadel and usher in the next Reaper invasion. But this time the signal failed. The Keepers did not respond. Sovereign's allies were trapped in the void. Alone, it was forced to try and discover what had gone wrong.
Sovereign's the largest ship in the galaxy. Why all this secrecy? Why not just attack the Citadel?
Sovereign is not invincible. Revealing its true nature would have united the forces of every organic species against it. Even a Reaper couldn't survive such odds. But the Reapers are patient. They will not rush into the unknown. Sovereign could have been planning this for centuries, moving deliberately, gathering allies. Slowly, it has assembled the pieces of the puzzle, working through agents to keep itself hidden. Saren is the most visible pawn of the Reapers, but I doubt he was the first. Now Sovereign has grown bold. Whether from confidence or desperation, I cannot say. But it is determined to reopen the portal to dark space.
What about the beacon on Eden Prime? And the one on Vermeer? What were they for?
At our apex, the beacons spanned the breadth of our empire. We used them as a single galaxy-wide network to transmit data and communications rapidly from world to world. Virtually all the beacons were destroyed during the invasion, but once the Reapers were gone, the survivors here on Ilos decided to risk sending out a message. We knew it was unlikely there were other survivors, but if there were, we wanted them to know about Ilos. We wanted to give them hope, so a message was sent across the network.
You could have exposed yourself to the Reapers.
In truth, we didn't expect any of the beacons would still function, but we had to try. If there were survivors, we had to reach them. The message was meant for our own people. It was coded so only organic beings could interpret it. We still didn't understand the power of Reaper indoctrination. We never realized it could lead an agent of the machines, like Saren, to this world. But it has also led you here. So perhaps we did not fail after all.
So when the Reapers created the Citadel, they created the Keepers as well?
A more likely scenario is that the Keepers were one of the early harvested civilizations, perhaps the very first. Perhaps they responded well to indoctrination, or the Reapers simply bred them to be obedient. In any case, they were left behind to operate and maintain the Citadel. But the Keepers are no longer directly controlled by Sovereign or its ilk. They evolved so that they only respond to the signals emitted by the Citadel itself. When the Protheans altered the Citadel's signals, they broke Sovereign's hold over the Keepers. Now, they are completely harmless.
Sovereign must have realized that organic races were difficult to control.
A likely hypothesis. The Keepers evolved in an unanticipated direction. Non-organic servants like the Geth would be more predictable.
What happened to the survivors from the Conduit project?
They used the conduit to gain access to the Citadel, but the conduit is only a prototype. The portal only links in one direction, so they were trapped on the station. I do not know what became of them then. It is unlikely they found any food or water on the station. I fear they suffered a slow, grim death. we know they succeeded in their mission to seal the relay. Your presence here proves their sacrifice was not in vain.
Already done? Yeah, I'm enjoying it though. This is kind of cool.
Saren's got enough of a head start. Grab that data file and let's go.
The one you call Saren has not reached the conduit. Not yet. There is still hope if you hurry.
I feel actually warning my way.
It's tragic. For all their great achievements, the Protheans lost everything, just like my people. Even their last plan failed.
The Protheans did not fail. They gave us a chance. It falls to us to make the most of it. So I suggest we hurry.
So, every single one of these people in these stasis pods is dead. Interesting. Wait, does that mean... Better check something here. No. Fellas, I only need 300 more subs and I will hit monetization. That's so weird. We're so close. I think this next video will push me over it, but I'm not sure. I mean, 300 subs is still a lot, don't get me wrong. There's still a lot of people. But hopefully these, because I'm working on shorts as well, not just this video. And hopefully the shorts plus these next couple videos I'm working on will push me over that limit. I'm very, very close and very, very excited. Because if I get my YouTube channel monetized, that means I can start making money from YouTube. And that means potentially more time for stream. That means I can maybe quit my job.
There, the conduit. It's incredible.
We don't have time to admire the view. We have to get through that relay, and these Geth aren't going to make it easy on us.
That's it? Oh, that's stubborn. Oh, they're right at the Citadel Island. They arrived at the Citadel. Does that mean we lose? Because they already made it.
Activate the defenses. Seal the station.
The arms aren't moving. Systems not responding.
Abandon the Citadel. Evacuate the Council.
Citadel Control. Citadel Control, do you copy?
Gas. So the Citadel's bad. 30 seconds? What?
Hang on. Things are gonna get a little rough.
Ignore him and go!
Critical failures detected across all monitored systems. Please begin emergency evacuation procedure.
Pencils exploding, an old Star Trek joke. If only they armored the console, they'd be invincible. What's up, Avina? Oh, no.
Critical failures detected across all monitored systems. Evacuation procedure. The Presidium is experiencing severe system malfunctions across.
Give me a rundown of the damage.
We have lost all primary power to the level. Environmental controls are not responding. I am also detecting numerous unauthorized synthetic life forms throughout the station. They are believed to be hostile. Please approach with caution.
What happened to the Council?
In accordance with standard emergency procedures, the Council has been evacuated to the Destiny Ascension.
What about Captain Anderson and Ambassador Udina?
I have no information on the status of specific individuals. Once the current crisis has been resolved, a complete accounting of casualties and survivors will begin.
Where's Saren?
Former Spectre agent Saren Art. A warrant has been issued for his arrest, though Citadel security is unable to respond at this time.
Come on. We need to stop Saren before it's too late.
Please begin emergency evacuation procedures. This is not a drill. Critical failures detected across all monitored systems.
Go, 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 go! Oh, the keepers! He killed them!
The Citadel's closing. They're sealing the station.
Don't let the enemy ships inside the arms.
Yes, the armory. Dara's house.
Saren's locked the elevator. Suit up! We're going outside!
What kind of set piece? Again? It's like the medieval Panelage on the west.
Patched up.
was afraid you wouldn't make it in time, Shepard.
In time for what?
The final confrontation. I think we both expected it would end like this. You've lost. You know that, don't you? In a few minutes, Sovereign will have full control of all the Citadel systems. The relay will open. The Reapers will return.
I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve.
You survived our encounter on Vermeer, but I've changed since then. Improved. Sovereign has upgraded me.
You let Sovereign implant you? Are you insane?
I suppose I should thank you, Shepard. After Vermeer, I couldn't stop thinking about what you said. About Sovereign manipulating me. About indoctrination. The doubts began to eat away at me. Sovereign sensed my hesitation. I was implanted to strengthen my resolve. Now my doubts are gone. I believe in Sovereign completely. I understand that the Reapers need organics. Join us, and Sovereign will find a place for you, too.
Sovereign's controlling you through your implants. Don't you see that?
The relationship is symbiotic. Organic and machine intertwined. A union of flesh and steel. The strengths of both, the weaknesses of neither. I am a vision of the future, Shepard. The evolution of all organic life. This is our destiny. Join Sovereign and experience a true rebirth.
Sovereign hasn't won yet. I can stop it from taking control of the station. Step aside and the invasion will never happen.
We can't stop it. Not forever. You saw the visions. You saw what happened to the Protheans. The Reapers are too powerful.
Some part of you must still realize this is wrong. You can fight this.
Maybe you're right. Maybe there is still a chance for... The implants. Sovereign is too strong. I'm sorry. It is too late for me.
It's not over yet. You can still redeem yourself.
Goodbye, Shepard. Thank you.
No, what? I liked him. Okay, I have to be right back. I know we're at like the final climax of the game. I have to be right back. I have to go pick up my brother Wix. I'll be right back, okay? And then we'll finish the game. So give me just a second. I'll be right back. returned. But Talion has returned. Talion has returned. What? Let's go stop the Reapers.
Vigil's data file worked. I've got control of all systems.
Quick, open the station's arms. Maybe the fleet can take Sovereign down.
See if you can open a communications channel.
The Destiny Ascension. Main drives offline. Kinetic barriers down 40%. The Council is on board. I repeat, the Council is on board.
Normandy to the Citadel. Normandy to the Citadel. Please tell me that's you, Commander.
I'm here, Joker.
We caught that distress call, Commander. I'm sitting here in the Endura sector with the entire Arcturus fleet. We can save the Ascension. Just unlock the relays around the Citadel and we'll send the cavalry in.
Are you sure about this, Shepard? Human casualties will be very high if you send your fleet in now.
This is bigger than humanity. Sovereign's a threat to every organic species in the galaxy.
True. That's why you can't waste reinforcements trying to save the Council. You must hold them back until the Citadel arms open up and the human fleet can go after Sovereign.
What's the order, Commander? Come in now to save the Ascension, or hold back?
What's up, Venestra? What's up, Master? I don't know what to pick here. Because I hate the council, but... I think we save them. I think we do the right thing and save them. Because even though I don't like them, I do feel like we should save them because it'll improve human relations across the board. Let's save them.
Opening the relays now, Joker. We need to save the Ascension, no matter what the cost.
I hope the Council appreciates this.
Alliance ships, move in. Save the Destiny Ascension.
Commander, we're picking up reinforcements. It's the Alliance. Thank the goddess.
Destiny Ascension, you are all clear. Repeat, you are all clear.
The Citadel's opening. All ships move in. Concentrate on Sovereign.
I feel like that was the right choice.
Make sure he's dead.
Done a best harm? No, I guess not.
He's dead.
Never mind, he's not dead. Never mind. Never mind. He's not dead. Not a boss.
I am Sovereign, and this station is mine.
Sovereign's too strong. We have to pull back.
Negative. This is our only chance. Take that monster down no matter what the cost.
Mollywop him! Right, you need to do that. I know, you need to do that. Left weapon! Picked his butt.
Its shields are down. Now's our chance.
Hit it with everything we got.
Yeah? Pick his butt.
Hard on my flank. We're going in.
Yeah. Kill the mean robot. Kill it. Kill the big bad robot. Whoop.
Go!
We've blown the big bad robot. It's a dead robot. It's gas.
Captain Anderson, we found them. They're in here.
Take it easy.
Listen, keep David.
It's over. You're safe now. Where's the commander?
Mike, did I die? Look at me, Kaplan! I'm so Suka!
Ambassador, Captain, Commander Shepard. We have gathered here to recognize the enormous contributions of the Alliance forces in the war against Sovereign and the Geth.
Many humans lost their lives in the battle to save the Citadel. Brave and courageous soldiers who willingly gave their lives so that we, the Council, might live.
There is no greater sacrifice, and we share your grief over the tragic loss of so many noble men and women.
The Council also owes you a great personal debt, Commander, one we can never repay. You saved not just our lives, but the lives of billions from Sovereign and the Reapers.
Commander Shepard, your heroic and selfless actions serve as a symbol of everything humanity and the Alliance stand for.
And though we cannot bring back those valiant soldiers who gave their lives to save ours, we can honor their memories through our actions.
Humanity has shown it is ready to stand as a defender and protector of the galaxy. You have proved you are worthy to join our ranks and serve beside us on the Citadel Council.
Counselor, on behalf of humanity and the Alliance, we thank you for this prestigious honor and humbly accept.
We will need a list of potential candidates to fill humanity's seat on the Council.
Given all that has happened, I am sure your recommendation will carry a great deal of weight, Commander. Do you support any particular candidate?
What do we do? I think. Yeah, I remember how it shows. I think we're gonna do Anderson, because it's Kit David.
We need someone with the courage to stand up for what he believes in. Someone like Captain Anderson.
Him? You must be joking. Anderson prefers to let his fists do the talking.
Only with you, Ambassador. Only with you.
Are you sure about this, Commander? The captain's a soldier, not a politician.
We've already got too many politicians on the Citadel. The captain would be perfect for this job.
I think it's an inspired choice. The Council would welcome him with open arms, should he accept.
I'm honored, Counselor. As humanity's representative, I'll do everything in my power to help the Council rebuild. Sovereign's defeat marks the beginning of a new era for both humanity and the Council.
Sovereign was only a vanguard. The Reaper fleet is still coming. Hundreds of ships, maybe thousands. And I'm gonna find some way to stop them.
Shepard's right. Humanity is ready to do its part. United with the rest of the Council, we have the strength to overcome any challenge. When the Reapers come, we must stand side by side. We must fight against them as one. And together, we will drive them back into dark space.
Well said, Keith David. There was a paragon. That video again, big video again. You look so majestic. Get video again, put video again. This was really fun. I really enjoyed this game. It kind of took me a while to get back to it, but I really enjoyed it. I do have a couple gripes. It wasn't the perfect video game, but it was really good. Now, I'm gonna judge the fact that this game is old, right? It's an older game. It's not up to current standards, right? And I believe the game was really short. Like, really, really short. I did as much side content as I could, as well as I did all of the main quest and story, right? And that was still only like a couple streams. Like 5 probably, maybe a little bit more than that, but like around 5. And I feel like there wasn't enough content. Also, that being said, a lot of the choices in the game that was fully from Aspect 1 when you finished it. It was all between years old next year. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that. What kind of spoiler? One thing I did notice, it was castle near the ending. Like, if you're talking about if you don't save the council, I know if you don't save the council, it becomes a human council. I know that. There he is, Keith David. Is that Kareem? What? Jennifer Hale? Anybody else I know? I don't think so. No, something else? Sure, throw it at me. I'm more gonna replay the game, so... Throw it at me, what's up? Yeah, throw it at me, what's up? It was possible to talk him into ending himself. I already did that. That's what I did. Yeah, that's what I did. That's what we did in this playthrough. Yeah. Yeah, we did that. That happened in this playthrough. All good, all good. Yeah, he did all that in this playthrough. I have a couple gripes. The gameplay is kind of boring at times. And the saves on each planet are very unforgiving. There needs to be way more autosaves. I had to replay so many planets, and it was kind of annoying. The gameplay is kind of... It's fun, but it kind of gets old at times. You really don't use much of the powers. I thought you would use them a lot more. You really don't. A lot of the gear you get is also just worthless. It's very worthless. Chabert said I should probably do a freaking hole right now. You're funny, as... Hey, it's fine, Azra. Thank you for the... Thank you for the $6, though. But yes. The gameplay is very boring at times. A lot of this game comes from the story, right? And your choices you make. Which leads into my other gripe. A lot of your choices are broken down into 3 categories. You've got the good guy category, the bad guy category, and then the middle ground category. And I don't really feel like it should fall into those 3 categories. I feel like that makes things too cut and dry and too cookie cutter. SX2 is more cinematic. In the overlay lines on like the Mako and driving around in the Mako, like there wasn't really much to the gameplay loop, and I feel like they could have done more with like the quest system and visiting other planets. When I first loaded up the galaxy map, I was like, holy moly, this game is massive. And then I clicked on a lot of the planets, and I was like, you can't visit like 75% of the planets. The gameplay loop is very boring and very old at times. All the quests play like 90% the same. There's very few quests that are different. The main draw is the story, right? The story and the characters, right? That being said, there's not really any character that I feel like super stands out in this first one. Like, obviously, like, Garrus and Kaden and Tali are all amazing, right? Everybody else I kind of didn't really care for. I really liked Rex when we first met him, but then he kind of just fizzled out into something kind of boring. The main standouts are Garrus and Tali, obviously, and then Kaden's pretty cool too, in my opinion. I know a lot of you don't like Kaden. I really liked Kaden. But it is very... A lot of the cast in this first one, I feel like is a little bit not as interesting. Like Ashley and especially the Liara. Ashley and Liara I really didn't like. I didn't like Ashley a whole lot. I thought she was not as interesting. She was more interesting when she learned a little bit more about her backstory. I didn't really care too much about Ashley, and then Liara I didn't care about at all. I had no interest in Liara at all. I didn't care about her. I didn't have any interest in her. I didn't think she was very interesting or cool or anything like that. Whereas Tali, I thought was like, at least she was like cute and techy and kind of interesting and stuff like that. Another thing, and I love the characters here, besides Garrus, are very much like, I have to save my own people. Everything matters for my own people. To the point where I feel like it's kind of unrealistic. Like Rex is a bounty hunter, dude. Rex doesn't care anything about getting some credits. If he genuinely cared about his own people, he wouldn't be a bounty hunter. The fact that he's willing to fight and die for Theron and stuff like that, I feel like is a little unrealistic. Hi, Carrie. Okay, now on to the good things. The story and the world building are really, really cool. They're really, really cool. I really like Shepard. I really like Tali. I really like Garrus a whole lot. All of that is so cool. I really like the Turians. The Turians, in my opinion, might be my favorite race. I like the Turians. I like the humans. I like all the technology and stuff like that. All of that stuff is really, really cool. All the different planets you go to, all the Noah and lighting and stuff like that built into everything is really, really cool. That's the biggest draw. The set pieces are really, really cool. The ship design is really, really cool. All that stuff's really, really cool to me. I had another complaint that I was going to bring up real quick, and I totally forgot it. Oh, I totally forgot it. Oh, it's blanking. I'm blinking. Oh, I'm blinking really hard. That was it. What was it? Oh, the council. The councils are idiots. 100% the council is idiots. Like, the councils is so stupid. They're so dumb. They're so idiotic and they're so dumb. Like, if someone comes up to you and goes, hey, especially one of your, like, specters, like, especially, like, one of, like, the people you've designated as above the law, if they come up to you and go, hey, there's a race out there that I found that wants to exterminate everybody in the galaxy. You don't just go, well, we don't have enough resources to kind of investigate that one right now. You're the only person who saw that. You don't do that. You don't do that at all. I feel like Shepard's way should have been taken a little bit more seriously. And I get the trying to say, like, the council's a little bit incompetent because it's like politics and stuff like that, and they want you to really consider this last decision of should you let them live or let them die. I still think that them just going, hey, you're the only person who's seen these visions of, like, all of these robots killing every person in existence is not something worth investigating. I don't really think that's smart, and I don't really think that's realistic. Aside, I think that's kind of dumb and kind of stupid. And I think all of the council members are kind of idiotic for saying that, and it's to the point where it's a little unrealistic. And I think on Novaria, the fact that you have to abide by laws despite being a Spectre is a little bit dumb too. I'm a Spectre, I'm supposed to be above the law. Let me be above the law, right? Like, they say you're this big valued asset, you're a Spectre, and you can go wherever you want, you can do whatever you want. You don't really do anything with that, though. Like, you don't really do anything with being a Spectre, and so it feels kind of a little bit like wasted potential. I feel like it would have been cool if, like, as a Spectre, you can go into designated areas you originally wouldn't be allowed to. like, you really do much with the Spectre status, and I feel like you should. Anyways, I'm griping on the game too much. People here think I hate it. But yes, I don't. I really liked it. It was really fun. I liked the story a whole lot. I liked the different choices and different paths you can have. I liked how if you have a high enough good guy or bad guy rank, you can kind of change things a whole lot more and stuff like that. I liked the I liked just like the world building and the story in general is really cool. All the different races are so cool. I would have liked to seen a little bit more variation between the races. Like, I don't like how the Turians are all male and all the Asari are all female. You don't see any male Asari, any female Turians. I feel like it would be cool to see that. The world building is absolutely the draw of the series, right? And I feel like there should have been more of it. It felt too short, and that it didn't have enough time to draw out the actual story in the world building. The writers for this game, phenomenal. They're amazing. They're awesome. The gameplay was very fun at times too, despite being a little bit repetitive, but it was still very fun. And it might be because it's dated, that's why it's repetitive and it feels lethal and stuff like that, so I do have to kind of take that with a grain of salt. But it gets very, very repetitive at times. Besides the main story, there's nothing really here besides, like, you go to a planet, go to a facility, take out the facility, then leave. But, like, the shooting was really fun. I didn't really... The powers, I feel like, could have been expanded a bit, but the powers were fun. You don't really need the powers, though, if I'm gonna be real. They're kind of a bonus, but they don't really do much. I was expecting kind of like... When I picked, like, Vanguard, I was expecting kind of like, Star Wars level abilities. Like, give me, like, Force Lightning, Force Choke. Let me shoot laser beams out of my hands. Stuff like that. Let me make enemies fight each other. Let me make enemies into good guys. That was what I was thinking. Instead, what I got was, hey, you can freeze a guy. Hey, you can lift a guy in the air. Hey, you can throw a guy. And hey, you can teleport. And I don't really feel like that changed the gameplay too much. And like I said, I would like Force Lightning. I would like you shoot laser beams out of your eyes or your arms, or like you can fly, or you can convince your enemies to join your side and stuff like that. I also would have liked the biotic abilities to play more of an effect on like the actual like Talion trees and stuff like that. Maybe like I enjoyed the game. It didn't. The thing that blew me away was the world building and story, but like everything else was kind of dated and boring, if I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, I hate it. It was a very fun game. Certainly better than Mafia 2 and Mafia the Old Country. Those games are kind of, in my opinion, kind of bad. Mafia 2 was like okay. It wasn't bad. But the Old Country was terrible. I hated the Old Country. The game sucked so bad. I rate it probably like a 7 out of 10, maybe. Maybe like a 6. 6 to 7. Funny number. Funny number. I definitely had fun with it. But that's mainly because I'm like a writer and I like stories and I'm big on story and world building, and this was really fun for story and world building. I have a lot of fun with the story and world building. Other than that, the gameplay kind of got repetitive and old at times. I liked the gunplay. The gunplay was...
Sovereign, and this station is mine.
Excuse me? I expect you to be loaded on the Citadel. I didn't expect you and Miri be loaded into the boss fight again.
I am sovereign,
Just gotta do it again, yeah. Okay. But yeah, I really liked it. It was really fun. The story was really cool. I really liked. So the characters that were interesting were really interesting. Like, Garrus is really interesting. Tali is really interesting. Caden's really interesting. I didn't like Liara. I thought Liara was boring. I thought Ashley was boring. Rex was cool when he started out, and I wish we learned more about Rex and what Rex does. Cause you help him get his armor, and then he kind of just doesn't do much else after that. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. The gameplay got repetitive and a little bit boring at times, but it was still fun. A lot of the choices I kind of wished they had lower of an impact. Like, and because if you intimidate, like, especially if like the renegade and Taylor choices, if you're a renegade in that final confrontation with Saren, if you choose the renegade options, he still kills himself. In game. But I wish, like, for the Paragon option, you could then send to be a good guy, and he appears in Mass Effect 2 and stuff like that. But maybe that's like a limitation of like the hardware and stuff like that. I love them. It's a fun game. I played it like a bunch of times in a row. I can tell you that tells you I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah, the gameplay did get a little bit boring, but it's still fun. It's still a fun game. The main draw for me was the story and world building. I really liked the characters and doing all the different scenarios and all the different quests and stuff like that. I'm gonna go ahead and end here. And I'll pick up later tonight, and we'll do Mass Effect 2, I think tomorrow. And it's tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow? Let me know what's on the schedule. I know we're doing Borderlands tomorrow. We're doing Mass Effect Friday and Saturday. Okay. Yeah, it was really fun. I really enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed my silly little playthrough. My silly little playthrough. I'm just gonna check a couple things real quick before I end here for today. Yeah, I'd probably rate it like a 6 to 7 out of 10. Funny number. But I'm also a harsh critic. But yes. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I hope y'all enjoyed and stuff like that. I did. It was a lot of fun. I know it's kind of a little bit of a sketch stream, but you know. I'll be back later tonight. And I'll probably do some, what will I do? Probably some... Okay, what are we gonna do? So I hit a thing, couldn't I hit? There we go. We'll probably do some script writing tonight. You're good, no worries. Yeah, I've rated like probably a 6 to 7 out of 10. And like I said, I'm a harsh critic. Why is that open? That's not supposed to be open. I'm a harsh critic, so it's just me. But I still had fun with it. It's still a very fun game. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I appreciate you all stopping by. I'll be back later tonight. I love you so much. I will see you all very, very soon.